Show and Sale to give a few words.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to take this time to welcome you to the 74th Annual PI Easter Beef Show. It's a thrill to be here another year. It just seemed like yesterday we finished this from last year. We're in for another great show. Thank Brad Gilchrist from Ontario to come down and judge our cattle today. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Well, we're ready to kick off the 74th year of the Easter Beef Show. Thanks to our very dedicated board and our exhibitors. We're pleased now to invite the Premier to the stage. Premier Lance is a lifelong resident of District 13, Charlottetown-Brighton. He grew up and attended local schools there, graduating from UPEI and Holland College. He and his wife, Kelly, raised their 2 sons in Charlottetown-Brighton. It's where he represented residents for 2 terms on Charlottetown City Council, and where he has volunteered with community groups like the United Way and Colonel Gray Education Foundation. Welcome, Premier Lance.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the 74th Annual Easter Beef Show. It's a pleasure to be joining you here this morning to celebrate the finest in beef production and to officially open this year's show. And I want to take a moment to recognize the tremendous effort and planning that's gone into making an event like this happen. You know, we all walk in the door to events like this and just imagine that they just happen, but there's a lot of work from dedicated board of directors, hardworking exhibitors, and thank you for your commitment to making this event a yearly success. It's wonderful to see both seasoned veterans and newcomers in the crowd. To the experienced members of the crowd, thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise with the next generation of beef farmers. And to those that are new to the crowd, your enthusiasm and your fresh perspective will help shape the future of the beef industry here, and we really appreciate you carrying on this tradition and getting into the business. Our government's committed to supporting and growing the beef industry on the island, not just the number of animals, but also the number of beef producers. We also recognize the challenges producers face, particularly in this time of uncertainty with tariffs and all that uncertainty at the border, all those trade pressures. So our government continues to advocate for island farmers to ensure fair access to markets and a strong future for the beef industry here. Island-grown beef, some of the best in the country, and that's due to the hard work, dedication, and passion of our farmers. And as you prepare for tomorrow's bidding, I want to extend my best wishes to all the bidders and the buyers. Your support's essential to the success of our local farmers. So good luck to all the exhibitioners. Your dedication to showcasing the best of the best is what makes this event a highlight every year. And I know that we've got an extremely dedicated Minister of Agriculture, Boyce Thompson. He's a dairy farmer himself. He's a very strong advocate for agriculture in Prince Edward Island as a whole. And I know you'll see his face around here supporting you over the next coming days. So thanks very much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, Premier. We're pleased again this year to have the event live streamed, so the many supporters who are unable to attend can at least watch the show and sale online, and you can find that on the Easter Beef Facebook page. We're looking forward to our banquet this evening to recognize our buyers and exhibitors. The reception will be at 7 p.m., with the banquet starting at 7:30 at Red Shore's top of the park. At this time, I'd like to thank some of our event sponsors, including Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Stockyards Limited, Arsenault Best Cameron Ellis, Amalgamated Dairies Limited, the Charlottetown Vet Clinic, Kingston Farm Supply, Noring Road Custom, Maiden Hill Farms Custom Harvesting, The Trophy Hut, Goods Independent Grocer, Vanco Flowers, and Phillips Agri Services. Their support each goes a long way to helping ensure that our show and sale are a success. At this time, I'd like to introduce the 2025 Easter Seals Ambassador, Remy Dean. Remy is 8 years old and in 3rd grade at Ellerslie Elementary and lives in Freeland. Joining her on her ambassador journey are her parents, Danielle and Norman, and her little brother, Sully, and her little sister, Lottie. Outside of school, Remy enjoys ballet, going to Whispering Hope Farm, doing art, and hanging out with her friends. She was diagnosed with cerebral palsy, and she was born a preemie baby, weighing only 3 pounds, which caused her to experience brain problems. Her condition makes her muscles not work properly, and Remy hopes by sharing she can help more people become aware of cerebral palsy and know the impact. Remy wears leg braces to help her walk, and her muscles don't grow with her bones, which makes walking and running more difficult. Remy goes off island to the IWK for care, such as physio and stretches, to help with her, and even had Botox injections, which also help a few weeks at a time to stretch her leg muscles. Remy says thank you to everyone for raising funds for Easter Seals PEI, as it helps many islanders who are living with disabilities. Remy says thanks to everyone for supporting her and helping all islanders who have challenges in life. She is very excited about the next few months, and always remember that you can do hard things. Campaign chair for 2025 is Pat Campbell, and if you check their website at eastersealspei.org, you'll learn more about how to donate. Thanks again to Remy and to Easter Seals PEI organizers for letting us work with you on an excellent fundraising cause. The show is now going to begin this morning with our 4-H classes, and will be followed immediately by the open show. So with us today is our judge, Brad Gilchrist. Brad owns and operates Gilchrist Farms with his wife, Christy, and daughter, Peyton. Brad is the 5th generation to live and operate the farm at its current location just north of Lucknow, Ontario, Canada. The farm operation consists of approximately 150 cows, where the majority are used to produce Angus bulls and females that are marketed through 2 animal sales. The first sale is hosted on the home farm in October with numerous other Angus breeders across Ontario, called the GF and Friends In It to Win It Angus Production Sale. The second is a bull sale held in the spring where buyers can select bulls that can be used to produce progeny, which Gilchrist Farms will buy back. Gilchrist Farms is a fully integrated start-to-finish operation, including an abattoir called the Beef Way, where beef, pork, and lamb are processed and sold through wholesale and retail chains. Brad graduated from the University of Guelph with an honors degree in agriculture and is currently employed by CEMEX as the Global Beef Chain Supply Manager. Please join me in giving a maritime welcome to Brad. So hopefully we've got some 4-H members on standby to enter the ring. We're now going to begin with our 4-H junior showmanship class. The prizes for this class were donated by McCain's Produce. Entering the ring, we have harness number 17, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Harness number 28, Helene Francis from the Freetown 4-H Club. Harness number 24, Cassidy Hamley of the North River 4-H Club. Harness number 22, Alex Godfrey of the North River 4-H Club. Harness number 2, Isaiah Drake of the Cherry Cliff 4-H Club. Harness number 3, Annie Drake of the Millview Run and River 4-H Club. And rounding out the class is harness number 43, Case Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. in the ring right now. We have our 4-H junior showmanship class going on, and we'd like to say thanks to our 2 ring masters who've joined the judge, Earl Kale and Sawyer Acorn. Thanks for your help, guys.
Well, good morning, everybody, and certainly excited to be back here in Charlottetown, PEI. This will be my 3rd time here actually now at this show. The first time I didn't have any official capacity, but I was here the year that Gretchen maybe wore something that he wasn't hoping to wear that day, and I was here on a family vacation at the time, and so this show's always kind of been something that I've remembered because of that, and then I had the opportunity about 10 years ago to come back and judge the show last time, and you know, I think what I'm seeing here just in the first class of young show people, you know, things are going extremely well here in PEI, and for that I congratulate the families that are behind each and every one of these kids. I've got an 8-year-old myself at home, and you know, when I see these young kids out here doing the best they can and learning every time that they come in the ring, I think it's really important that we spend some time with them and go over what we feel is acceptable in the show ring. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and start at this end. All day long, I'm going to try to keep it the same so that anybody's watching on the ringside can kind of see and follow what's going on. I'm going to start with this young lady here with the steer up at the front, my right, depending on where everybody is here. But this girl wants it, and you know, I think when we look at competition, no matter whether it's showing cattle or playing hockey or any type of competition, you know, we got to have a drive and we got to want to win. And you know, I certainly can tell that when you walked in the ring, you wanted to win this class, and I like to see that. But I will say you can take that just a little bit too far sometimes. So you just got to make sure that you're always calm and collected, and you know, make sure that we're always paying attention to our calf. But I really like your drive. I like your determination. I think you do an exceptional job at showing this steer off. Congratulations. Young lady here in second, you know, a lot of hours have gone into this calf. I can tell that this calf is well prepared. You know, it walks into the ring, it sets up, it's a dream to show. I think this one is one that, you know, has got a lot of bright future, and as a show lady here, you know, you're certainly calm, cool, and collected, and you know how to handle that calf and how to show that calf off to the best of its ability, and for that I commend you. If I could just make one suggestion, I would say, you know, if you just have a little bit more drive and look like you really want it, you'll go really far in the showmanship career. Young man, I made you a little last-minute change with you because I think, you know, you kind of had the short end of the stick. You were the last one to walk into the ring. You probably didn't have a great spot to set up at the start, and for that, your calf wasn't really behaving that well. But as the class went on, you did really, really well to make sure you maintained control of the calf. You did a really, really good job at showing that calf off, and you've always got them set up to the best of your ability. I think this is one that's probably hard to show in comparison to the two above you. You've probably got the hardest animal to show off, and that's going to make a bit of a challenge in showmanship, but I really commend your efforts in trying to make sure that that calf's set up and not giving up all the way through the class. Young lady coming in next, again, a steer that certainly outweighs her by an extremely high ratio, but again, she did an extremely good job of trying to keep that calf set up and always keep its head up, and again, I commend the young lady for that. You know, in future, if we can try to get animals that are maybe a little bit more in relation to the size of the individual showing, it'll certainly help you in the showmanship class, and I think you got a bright future again. Young lady coming in next again, you know, we did a good job of controlling a calf that's really trying to push you around a lot. We always were trying to pay attention to what we could do, but again, if we can just make sure that we're always working on setting that calf up wherever we can, so we always want to make sure we got the back legs just how you have them now. Try to keep those front legs underneath that calf just a little bit more, and that'll keep that top line on the calf a little bit better for you. And the next young man here coming in with this this steer, I think a steer that just was a little pushy today. I certainly think you know what you need to do, and I can tell that you're not super happy with the position that you're in. But a young man, don't get discouraged. I think as much as this is a class and this is a placing. What's really important is that every time we come to the ring, we learn what we did, and we learn how we can improve, and we can make sure that we're always moving up. I think you've got a bright future coming in the very near future with that steer. And I think the young man here, again, with this red steer, again, you did a really good job. Again, the steer, sometimes when we get put over in the far end, he wanted to kind of get you into a corner, and it makes it really hard to show that calf off. If you can try to get a little bit more extension out of those back legs and just try to keep that head up just a little bit more, you'll get a little bit more look, a little bit more muscle expression, and that'll help your calf off. Let's give these young exhibitors a round of applause for doing a really good job on this first class of the day.
The results for the 4-H Junior Showmanship class. In first place, harness number 24, Cassidy Hamley of the North River 4-H Club. In second place, harness number 17, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. In third place, harness number 43, Case Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. In fourth place, harness number 28, Helene Francis of the Freetown 4-H Club. And in fifth place, we have harness number 3, Annie Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Thanks again to McCain Produce for sponsoring the Junior Showmanship class. Now entering the ring, we have our 4-H Intermediate Showmanship class. The prizes for this class were donated by McCain Produce. We have harness number 10, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Harness number 42, Farrara Matheson of the 4-H Club, of the Somerville 4-H Club. Harness number 25, Olivia Roster of the North River 4-H Club. Harness number 11, Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. And harness number 36, Connor Yonker of the North River 4-H Club. That's your class. Just a reminder to the 4-H Showmanship exhibitors, we will need the first and second place participants for the 4-H Grand Champion Showmanship class.
another really good class here for the second class of the day, and I think, to show people at the start of the class that are really exceptional for their age, and two animals that are really well looked after, and calves that are really well trained. I'm going to go ahead and give the advantage to this young lady here with a steer to start the class off with. I think her attention to detail is really what sets them apart between the two. Two exceptional showmen, but I really like the ability of always making sure that steer is properly set up, always making sure that you pay as much attention to the judge, but equal attention to where that calf is. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the reason that we're in the ring is to show our calf off. And so we always want to give the advantage to that calf and make sure it's presented as well as it possibly can. And I think for that, I really commend you for doing that. Young man doing it in second here, again, an exceptional job. You did draw the short stick as far as the steer. That's a little bit harder to show. That steer wants to get a little wider in his front 1/3. He wants to get a little bit underneath him on his back legs, and for that, it makes it a little bit harder to show him off. I think, if you want to get ahead of the next person as far as showmanship with this particular animal, we really got to focus on trying to get them back legs back underneath them, get a square set up, and show them off as good as you can. But you did a really good job, and I certainly would like to see you come back another day with a different animal, and I think the story could be very different. Young man coming in third, I think, I don't know this gentleman very well, but I'm assuming that you're very similar to me, that you get told you probably shouldn't be doing something, and you're going to go ahead and do it anyway. And for that, I commend you, seeing you out here, showing a calf with an obvious injury that's making it really hard to make something happen. But you're doing a good job. You got those back legs set up where they are. It is hard to get that steer probably head carriage where it needs to be with what you're currently dealing with. But again, I think you've done a great job at showing that calf off. One thing I will say, that when you got down in this corner, you want to always angle your calf to try to make sure that the judge can see you as good as possible. And I think if we had did that, that would have changed things a little bit for you today. Now, the young lady coming in next, again, heifer that was well behaved, did a good job. Just work on that head carriage. If you hold that head up just a little bit more, I know that animal's probably a little bit lazy or heavy-headed, and so your arm's going to get a workout today. But if you can hold that head up just a little bit more, you'll get a little bit better look. It'll make her want to set her hind legs up just a little bit nicer and show herself off a little bit better for the judge. But a really nice job as far as your posture and looking after a unit with that calf. Young lady coming in next with a steer that's really hard-headed. He wants to push you around the ring, and you did a really good job managing that. Really, it's just about the work on trying to get that calf to behave when we're at town, and that'll change things a lot for you. But nice class of these exhibitors, and let's give them a round of applause.
The results of the 4-H Intermediate Showmanship class. In first place, we have harness number 25, Olivia Roster of the North River 4-H Club. In second place, harness number 36, Connor Yonker of the North River 4-H Club. In third place, harness number 10, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. In fourth place, harness number 11, Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. And in fifth place, we have harness number 42, Farah Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. Thanks again to McCain Produce for sponsoring the intermediate showmanship class. Now entering the ring, we have the participants of the 4-H senior showmanship class. The prizes for this class were donated by Atlantic Beef Products. First into the ring, we have harness number 5, Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Harness number 6, Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Harness number 23, Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. Harness number 9, Chloe Whalen of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Harness number 32, Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Harness number 29, Cole Schofield of the Freetown 4-H Club. Harness number 30, Vance Lawless of the Freetown 4-H Club. And harness number 12, Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. That's your class.
Well, nice big class here, senior show people, and it's nice to see that the quality continues all the way on through here. I'm going to go ahead and start with this young gentleman off to win this class. A steer that's just exceptionally well presented, one that's extremely well trained, and this young man gets him shown off extremely well, in my opinion. I do really commend this exhibitor on the presentation of this steer. You know, I think as far as preparation and readiness to come into the ring, I think this one is put together as good as any of them, and for that I really commend you. I like the way that this young man gets him set up each and every time. I really like the way that your attention to detail is, and the question that I asked the top 3 individuals was what they liked the most about their steer, what they disliked the most about their steer, and then what they're doing in showmanship to try to help hide the faults and show off the attributes. And I think this young man's answer for me was the most fitting. He did an exceptional job of kind of pointing out what I felt was the faults of this animal and then what he's doing to try to hide those faults. And to me, that's really what showmanship's all about. Young lady coming in second, extremely close placing here. And probably if I was to take somebody out of this class and take them home and say, hey, I would like you to show my own cattle, it'd be this young lady here today. I think her attention to detail is extremely good. Her show ring presence is exceptional. Just the 2 things that really kind of irk me sometimes when I'm looking at show cattle, and one of them is there was some straw on the hind leg of your calf when you first came into the ring. Again, I realize in some of these facilities it's a little bit hard if a calf sidesteps into a straw pack on the way to the ring, but I think it's really important that before we walk in the ring, we make sure that we've got these calves presented to the best of their ability, and for that is really one of the big separations between the 2 of you. As far as head carriage, I love the way that you get this calf showed off. You get this calf elevated and a calf that, you know, as we discussed, maybe isn't quite all the way there in terms of thickness today, but by getting that head carriage up, it does make that calf look a little bit fuller, and it presents itself really, really well, and for that I commend you. Young lady coming in next, again, really good job. The calf, as we talked about, was starting to get agitated as the class went on. No fault of your own. You were calm, cool, and collected the whole time. There was a couple times where that calf just didn't want to get its hind legs set just for you, just right, in comparison to the other 2 people ahead of you. But I really like the way that you got this calf presented. If I was going to make any suggestions before we come back in, if you can just go ahead with a set of clippers, pull those hind legs down just a little bit tighter and square them up a little bit, that will move you on up in terms of the presentation of that calf when we're looking at show ring presence. Young man coming in next, you probably drew the short stick as far as where you were in the ring. When you first came in, you kind of wanted to get in the hole over here, and that's why I wanted to give you a chance to walk out with everybody else. A heifer that maybe doesn't want to just set those hind legs exactly for you every time, and there was a couple times where you had her set up just right, and she looked phenomenal. The biggest thing for me is just work on your posture. So when you're working with that calf, try to keep a nice, you don't want to be bored stiff, but you want to keep a nice straight posture with that animal. Keep your feet nice and close together. It just gives a more professional look when you're looking at it as a unit, both your show person and the calf together. Young man coming in next again, a steer that's a little bit harder to show. It wants to get out on that front end. And again, a couple times over here, we kind of got angled the wrong way, where we weren't getting a nice side profile for the judge. Again, it's hard when we got animals all moving around us, but we always want to make sure that we got that nice side profile for the judge. Same thing can be said for this young man. We kind of got in a corner here. The calf maybe just didn't want to get set up just right. Really got to work on trying to get them hind legs set underneath this calf who wants to get maybe just a little bit rigid through that hock region. If we can get that hind leg pushed out a little bit further than where we have them right now, we'll get a little bit more extension through that hip, a little bit more extension through the loin, and that calf will show off a lot more appealing to the judge. The young man here coming in next, again, a calf that was behaving reasonably well for you, just always wanted to try to get stretched out a little bit too much and not quite get its feet underneath it. Really got to concentrate on trying to make sure that calf is set up to the best of its ability. The young man coming in here next, again, just going to take some more experience and more times in the ring to be able to get there, but work on your posture. Try to keep your feet together. Try to separate yourself from the calf so that the judge is seeing the calf and you as a show person, not just you, the two of you together tight, and keep that head up nice and high, and that'll move you on up the line. But again, a great class of senior show people, and excited to see the champion drive here.
The results of the 4-H Senior Showmanship class. In first place, we have harness number 23, Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. In second place, we have harness number 9, Chloe Whalen of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. In third place, we have harness number 32, Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. In fourth place, we have harness number 12, Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. And in fifth place, harness number 6, Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. Thanks again to Atlantic Beef Products for sponsoring the Senior Showmanship class. We're just about ready to start the 4-H Champion Showmanship class. I'll remind the first and second place entries from all 3 4-H Showmanship classes to get ringside. The class is sponsored by Island Petroleum, and the Glenn Cotton Award for overall showmanship champion is sponsored by the PEI Easter Beef Show and Sale. So in the ring from junior showmanship class, we have harness number 24, Cassidy Hamley of the North River 4-H Club, and harness number 17, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. From the intermediate showmanship class, we have harness number 25, Olivia Roster of the North River 4-H Club, and harness number 36, Connor Yonker of the North River 4-H Club. And from the senior showmanship class, we have harness number 23, Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club, and harness number 9, Chloe Whalen of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club.
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time in the showmanship class, and I promise that the confirmation classes will go significantly faster. But I think it's really important that we spend time with these juniors. And you know, when we look at the industry as a whole, the Premier and I had a great chat at the side of the ring before we started the class today. And the importance of youth in agriculture, in my opinion and in his opinion, is extremely important. And I think, you know, when we look at the individuals that not only are in the ring here right now in front of us, but the ones that have already went back to their pen, I think it's really important that we commend these exhibitors for putting the time, putting the effort, and the determination into the being part of the industry that I'm very passionate about, and I think a lot of us around the ring are extremely passionate about. So let's give all of the exhibitors a round of applause for putting the time into their project today to bring them into the ring. You know, and again, I think when we're talking about the future of the beef industry and the determination of some of these individuals, the individuals that we have in the ring here in front of us are doing an exceptional job in each of their own age groups. So from our youngest exhibitors right up to our senior exhibitors, you know, all of them have put in the time and the determination to get this animal presented, to get them in the ring, to learn the skills that it takes to show those calves off and try to get the most out of them. And I think that's extremely valuable for us as an industry to see that we've got people with that determination coming up through to be able to take over the reins at some point. With that being said, I think the other thing that we want to talk about, and I'm gonna say this a couple times today, is these shows don't happen just because. It takes money, it takes sponsorship, it takes a facility, and it takes a ton of volunteers to be able to put some of this stuff on. And so, you know, any opportunity that everybody has to either support the sponsors that sponsored each individual class or the overall sponsors that sponsor the show, I think that's also extremely important. And so, you know, thanks to the sponsors, thank you to the volunteers that put a lot of time and commitment into this. For that, I commend you for putting on a great show. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select our champion, followed by our reserve, and then an honorable mention for showmanship here today.
The results of the 4-H Champion Showmanship class. The recipient of the Glenn Cotton Award for Overall Champion Showperson goes to Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. Our reserve champion showperson today is Chloe Whalen of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club.
So I'll catch the grades straight after.
Thanks again to Island Petroleum and to PI Easter Beef Show and Sale for sponsoring this class. So I'll give about a 5-minute warning to our 4-H showmen today and showwomen there for the confirmation classes. But just before that, we'll do the presentation of the awards for our champion showman and reserve champion showperson today. We're also going to invite into the ring the youngest showperson, and we'll do a presentation of that award just in a few minutes. So in the ring now, we have harness number 43, Case Matheson of the Somerville 4-H Club. And Case is this year's recipient of the Youngest Showman Award, and that's sponsored by the Trophy Hut and the Pickleball Hut. So we're very pleased to have Case here with us today, and we wish him all the best in years to come. We hope to see him back at the show, and if everyone could join me in a round of applause for Case as our youngest show person. So in the ring now, we have the participant in the 4-H Hereford class, and that is harness number 12, Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. The prizes for this class were donated today by the PEI Hereford Breeders Association.
Well, just one exhibit here in this class, and you know, I think an animal though that's extremely well presented. Really long spine. When we look at the primal region of this animal, I think, you know, an animal that certainly is going to be able to hang up a really nice carcass, a nice degree of finish with adequate muscle shape, and extremely mobile and sound when we set her in motion.
So the results of the 4-H Hereford class: in first place, we have harness number 12, Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. This animal will be called back later for the 4-H Champion Confirmation class. Thanks again to the PEI Hereford Breeders Association for sponsoring this class. Next to enter the ring will be the participants in the 4-H Limousine class. The prizes for this class were donated today by McCain Produce, Inc. Entering the ring, we have harness number 2, Isaiah Drake of the Cherry Cliff 4-H Club, followed by harness number 25, Olivia Rossiter of the North River 4-H Club, and rounding out the class, we have harness number 5, Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club.
A reasonably close placing here on the top 2 steers for me today. I'm going to go ahead and give the advantage to this really high-profile individual, one that's got an exceptional look, really square, elevated hip structure to him. But really for me, it's the length of spine that this individual has. I really like how long-bodied he is. He carries a ton of thickness right over his hips, right up over his shoulder, a really clean chest floor, which I think to me, when we hang this carcass up, is going to translate into a little bit less wastage and a little bit higher yield. And for that, I really commend this exhibitor for bringing that much muscle dimension and shape and look all in one package. A really close placing, though, for me is this steer in second. A steer that's extremely complete in its type and its kind, an abundance of muscle shape, and I think when we look at cattle that can convert feed, this one probably did an extremely good job at converting forages and turning it into protein. One for me that if I can compare them into our individual up front, I'd like to give them a little bit more extension through that front 1/3. I'd like to clean them up through that chest floor a little bit and maybe just give them a little bit longer spine to compete with our individual ahead. But again, a really complete individual. And the steer we have coming in third, again, a steer that's chock full of red meat, one that's going to yield extremely well in terms of his live body weight in comparison to his hot carcass weight. Again, one that when we compare him to the two individuals above, I'd just like to give him a little bit more look and a little bit more angularity through that front 1/3, a little bit more hip dimension in comparison to the two above them. But again, three really nice individuals that are all finished well and well presented for today's show.
The results of the 4-H limousine class. In first place, we have harness number 5, Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. In second place, harness number 25, Olivia Roster of the North River 4-H Club. And in third place, harness number 2, Isaiah Drake of the Cherry Cliff 4-H Club. Thanks again to McCain's Produce for sponsoring this class. Now entering the ring, we have the participants of the 4-H Maine-Anjou class. The prizes for this class were donated by Green Diamond Equipment. First into the ring was harness number 10, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club, followed by harness number 6, Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, and then harness number 30, Vance Lawless of the Freetown 4-H Club.
And another nice class of three individuals that we've kind of got couple different shapes and sizes here, and I'm going to go ahead and give the advantage to this steer that's just, again, really, really complete. For me, he's probably not the show steer in the ring. I think, if I was comparing him to the other two, he probably doesn't have quite as much look in his extension. He's maybe not as attractive as what I would like to see typically in a show steer. But when we look at the parts and pieces of him, this is a steer that's going to make somebody a lot of money. He's really long spined. He's finished extremely well. We've got an adequate amount of thickness when we get in behind him, and he carries an adequate amount of muscle shape down through that lower quarter. A steer that when we look at the waist side of this animal, we're going to see extremely limited waist. He's a little bit finer boned, which from a carcass standpoint is a really good thing. I would like to just see a little different foot structure and stuff on this steer, but from a show ring perspective. But I think when we analyze the parts and pieces of them, this is the kind that I'd like to buy 100 of to put through an abattoir. I think one that's got a lot of good product in them when we hang them up on a carcass. The one coming in next certainly is the show steer of the class. He's the one that's got that explosive hip. He's got a really up-headed look to him. For me, one, though, that I just question his structural integrity. He wants to get a little bit coarse through that joint region. He wants to get a little bit coarse and straight up through that front 1/3. And for me, when we set these animals in motion, I get a little bit challenged with using an animal like this. When we compare him, the parts and pieces to the individual head, I would like to see him just a little bit longer spined. I'd like to see him just a little bit less waisty through that joint region when we hang him on the hook. But again, an individual, I think, that's got a lot of thickness and a lot of shape and a lot of base width, which are really good parts and pieces for an individual to show here today. And the one we have rounding the class out, again, one that for me looks really, really nice in terms of the design. Certainly one that's got a lot of muscle shape, a really lean looking animal. And for me today, I would just like to see a little bit more finish if I was to place you up a little bit higher in this class. Three good individuals in their own right and kind.
The results for the 4-H Maine-Anjou class. In first place, we have harness number 30, Vance Lawless from the Freetown 4-H Club. In second place, harness number 6, Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. And in third place, harness number 10, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Thanks again to Green Diamond Equipment for sponsoring this class. Now entering the ring, we'll have the participants in the 4-H Simmental class. The prizes for this class were donated by Green Diamond Equipment. Entering the ring, we have harness number 24, Cassidy Hamley of the North River 4-H Club. Followed by harness number 28, Helene Francis of the Freetown 4-H Club.
2 entries in our Simmental Influence division, and again, I think we've got the most complete animal to start. To me, an animal that certainly has a lot of length of spine and angularity. I really like that attractive overall look that this individual has. Extremely smooth jointed and sound at the ground when we set this one in motion. Certainly one that's got enough length of spine, and I like that depth of rib while staying fairly angular and smooth lined underneath. The individual coming in next, again, one that's long-bodied, very, very similar to our steer that we have starting the class with, maybe just doesn't have that show ring presence that we're looking for in terms of the show side of things. But again, when we look at and analyze this animal in terms of carcass side of it, I think we're going to hang up an extremely valuable carcass with lots of length of spine and depth of rib, one that's got lots of muscle shape about it as well.
The results for the 4-H Simmental class: in first place, harness number 24, Cassidy Hamley of the North River 4-H Club, and in second place, harness number 28, Helene Francis of the Freetown Harmony 4-H Club. Thanks again to Green Diamond Equipment for sponsoring this class. Next to enter the ring, we have the participants of the 4-H Angus class. The prizes for this class were donated today by the PEI Angus Association. Entering the ring, we have harness number 32, Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, harness number 23, Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club, and harness number 29, Cole Schofield of the Freetown 4-H Club.
Three more individuals here that I think have a lot of value in their own right. And again, I'm going to, reasonably easy for me today. I'm going to go ahead and start with this steer. And I think he's just the most balanced individual that we've got here in the ring. He's long spined. He's up-headed enough. He's clean through that chest floor. I really like his underline. When you get in behind this individual, he's extremely square-hipped, and he carries that thickness down over his top line extremely well. I really like the combination of carcass merit and show ring presence that this individual puts together. For me, again, the other reason that I really like this one is that when we set him in motion, he covers his tracks extremely well, really fluid in his movement, one that certainly can take on the feed and and not have to worry about breaking down. This individual, though, that's coming in second, again, is the most similar in his type and kind, one that gives up just a little bit of thickness in terms of that hip structure and all the thickness from the hip right down over top of the shoulders, one that when we set him in motion wants to come up just 3 or 4 inches short on his stride, but that's getting pretty nitpicky between two really good individuals. The steer coming in next is a little bit bigger frame steer, one that's going to put up a carcass weight that's probably higher than the two above them. But again, one that just for me today gets a little bit waisty in that middle region, one that gets a little bit waisty up through the front 1/3, but we really admire the length of spine and the muscle structure that this one has. 3 really good individuals here today.
Results of the 4-H Angus class. In first place, we have harness number 23, Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club, followed by harness number 32. In second place, Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Running River 4-H Club. And in third place, harness number 29, Cole Schofield of the Freetown 4-H Club. Thanks again to the PEI Angus Association for sponsoring this class. Next to enter the ring, we have the participants in the 4-H Any Other Breed class. The prizes for this class today were donated by HJV Equipment. And the sole exhibitor in this class today is harness number 36, Connor Yonker of the North River 4-H Club.
Well, another class that I won't get wrong here today, but one that, again, I think this individual certainly deserves a lot of respect and can take on some competition. This is one that's just chock full of red meat. And when we look at feedlot type cattle that come in that have that really shiny, nice hair coat to them, one that's got that much muscle shape and design, and again, that length of spine in a complete package that's still overall very attractive, I think this one's got a lot of good about him, and for that I commend this young man.
The results of the 4-H Any Other Breed class. In first place, we have harness number 36, Connor Yonker of the North River 4-H Club. Thanks again to HJV Equipment for sponsoring this class. Now entering the ring, we have the participants in the 4-H Charolais class. The prizes for this class today were donated by Green Diamond Equipment. And the sole exhibitor in this class is harness number 22, Alex Godfrey of the North River 4-H Club.
Again, just another single entry here, but I had told this young exhibitor in the showmanship class to keep his head up because I thought he was going to have a pretty bright day ahead of him. And unfortunately, I was hoping that you were going to have a bunch of other steers to come in with so we could compare them, because I think this individual is quite good. I really like the balance that this individual has. I really like that muscle dimension and squareness of hip. I like the way that he balances through that middle 1/3. A steer that's got enough look up through that front 1/3 and cleanliness down through that chest floor to give us that overall attractive look, and balances up again with an extremely high profile performance individual. This is one that I think has got a really bright future, and one that's certainly got a lot of quality in terms of both show career and carcass merit. Congratulations.
The results from the 4-H Any Other Breed class. In first place, harness number 22, Alex Godfrey of the North River 4-H Club. Now entering the ring, we have the participants in the 4-H Heifer class. The prizes for this class today were donated by Metro Home Building Supplies. We have 3 entries in this class. First entering the ring, we have harness number 11, Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Followed by harness number 3, Annie Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. And rounding out the class, we have harness number 17, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. Just a reminder to the 4-H confirmation class exhibitors, we'll be going to the champion class following the Heifer class, so please have the first and second place exhibitors from each confirmation breed on standby to enter the ring.
Again, in this class of market heifers, an individual that really caught my eye right from the beginning of the day today. Not only does this individual show herself off, but the heifer herself has a lot of really good attributes. I love the base width that this individual has. I love the upheadedness and attractiveness that she has. She balances out extremely well in terms of blending from her hips right up through her front 1/3. I love the thickness and squareness of hip. Again, I think there's a lot of really good qualities and attributes about this animal. And to me, it fits into a really right-size package for today's demands from the consumer. An individual we have coming in next year, again, one that's really long-spined and one that's going to have a lot of really good cuts out of that high-value primal section. For me, when we compare him to the individual that's above her, just one that maybe doesn't quite have that thickness and overall base width, the overall product that the individual we have starting the class off. But again, one that I think is really balanced and really complete and has adequate amount of thickness here today. The individual we have rounding out the class, I think there's a lot of potential in this one. I like the design, I like the look of this individual, I like the length of spine and the upheadedness, probably the most similar in type and kind to our first individual. I'd just like to see a little bit more there. I'd like to see another 30, 60, 90 days on feed just to get a little bit more product put into this animal, a little bit more cover, but it's certainly one that's got a lot of good things about her and will make a really nice purchase for somebody later on tomorrow.
The results for the 4-H heifer class. In first place, we have harness number 17, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. In second place, harness number 3, Annie Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. And in third place, harness number 11, Addison Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Thanks again to the Metro Home Building Supplies for sponsoring today's class. So next up, we have the 4-H Championship Confirmation class. The champion prizes for this class today were donated by HJV Equipment and Phillips Agri Services. The champion perpetual trophy today was donated in memory of Joe Doyle by the PEI cattle producers. The reserve champion prizes for this class today were donated by HJV Equipment and Phillips Agri Services. And the reserve champion perpetual and keeper trophies were donated by the McQuarrie family in memory of Wendell McQuarrie. In the ring, we're looking for one entry from the Hereford class, Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club, 2 entries from the Limousine class, Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club, and Olivia Rossiter of the North River 4-H Club. From the Maine-Anjou class, we have Vance Lawless from the Freetown 4-H Club and Caleb Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. From the Simmental class, we're looking for Cassidy Hamley of the North River 4-H Club and Helene Francis of the Freetown 4-H Club. From the Angus class, we're looking for Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club and Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. From the Any Other Breed class, Connor Yonker from North River 4-H Club. From the Charlotte class, Alex Godfrey from the North River 4-H Club. And from the Heifer class, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club and Annie Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club.
Again, I think we've got a really exceptional group of steers out here, and an individual heifer that certainly can stand out here with the steers and be quite competitive. Let's give all these young exhibitors a round of applause for putting the time in and effort. You know, it takes an entire year to bring these animals in, and right from whenever they acquired the calf, right till today. I know from experience that it takes a lot of hours, and it takes families behind these exhibitors to get to the ring. And so I always tried to take every opportunity I could to thank my parents when I had the chance to put in the time and the effort. But I just want to make sure everybody, all the exhibitors, make sure you take the opportunity when you can to thank mom and dad, or grandma and grandpa, or your aunt and uncle, whoever it is, a neighbor, to really thank them for putting in the time, because what I truly believe is it builds better people, and it builds a stronger community. It builds people that want to be part of an industry, and we can't do this without the families and neighbors that put in the time to get us to where we are today. So thanks to all the parents and neighbors in the crowd that are getting these kids to the ring, and certainly kids on the way home. I know you're going to be tired, but just take 30 seconds and say thank you to your parents and whoever it was that helped you get here today. We've already talked about each of these individuals. I think there's a few out here that certainly have a shot. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select the individuals, the Grand and Reserve, that I believe combine the show ring presence with carcass merit, individuals that I believe are going to hang up a really high valued product that will be in demand from a consumer when we put it in a meat counter, and yet combine that with that show ring presence that we're looking for when we're standing here today. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. I'll go out and I'm going to select who I think should be your champion, followed by your reserve.
The results of the 4-H Grand Champion Confirmation class. This year's recipient of the Joe Doyle Award for the 4-H Confirmation Champion Animal goes to Alex Godfrey of the North River 4-H Club. The Reserve Grand Champion Animal today belongs to Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. Thanks again to the sponsors of the 4-H Grand Champion Confirmation class today: HJV Equipment, Phillips Agri Services, PEI Cattle Producers, and the McQuarrie family. Following the presentation of trophies, the next class that we'll have in the ring is the Green Diamond Calf to Market class. So if those entries could get ringside, that'd be great. Just a notice to all exhibitors, we're going to begin the open show today at 12:30. So the open show will begin at 12:30. So there's an open canteen just over in the other corner of the room if anyone needs to grab some lunch. But the open show will begin at 12:30. So we're looking for the entries in the Green Diamond Calf to Market class to enter the ring. Entering the ring, we have one exhibitor in this class, harness number 10, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club.
Well, just one in this class, but I think this is a really important class of the day. To me, that the exhibitors and breeders and people that are able to take these calves right from calf right through till market and carry on the project. I think it's really important that we commend these people on doing the work that they do, because it's one thing to purchase an animal and carry it on and get it presented as well as it possibly can. It's another thing, another level when you got to be there to help calve that cow out, make sure that it gets through those first critical 24 hours and then grows into a product that you can show. And I think, young man, that's really something that you should be proud of that you've done here and brought, an individual that's as high quality as it is. So congratulations.
The results of the Green Diamond Calf to Market class. In first place, we have harness number 10, Nolan Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Congratulations to all the winners and exhibitors of the 4-H show today. That does conclude the 4-H part of today's event. We would like to take this time to thank all of the people who make these 4-H classes possible. Our judge today, Brad Gilchrist, to ringmasters Earl Kale and Sawyer Acorn, as well as our marshal, Glenn Jay. Please give them a round of applause. A big thanks to the Easter Beef Show and Sale for making this event possible and for their support of the 4-H classes each year. A special thanks goes out to Linda Ramsey and Frida J. for all that they do. We want to express our sincere gratitude towards all our 4-H class sponsors once again: the Agro Co-op Association, Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Veterinary College, Cornwall Independent, McCain Produce, Metro Home Building Center, the PEI Angus Association, the PEI Cattle Producers, PEI Easter Beef Show and Sale, the PEI Hereford Breeders Association, the PEI 4-H Trust, and Phillips Agri Services. Last but not least, we want to thank all the 4-H Market Animal Project leaders, as well as the representatives who sit on the 4-H Beef Committee for their continued dedication to the 4-H beef program. Just a reminder, once again, the open show will begin at 12:30, so that's in approximately 20 minutes. 5-minute warning to the start of the open show. Welcome back, folks. We're just about ready to kick off the open show today for the 74th Annual Easter Beef Show and Sale. This time, I just want to take an opportunity to highlight some of our sponsors again. Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Stockyards Limited, Arsenault Best Cameron Ellis, Amalgamated Dairies Limited, the Charlottetown Vet Clinic, the Kingston Farm Supply, Noring Road Custom, Maiden Hill Farms Custom Farming, the Trophy and Pickleball Hut, Goods Independent Grocer, Vanco Flowers, and Phillips Agri Services. We're happy to welcome back our judge, Brad Gilhurst, who will join us for judging the open show this afternoon. Brad owns and operates Gilhurst Farms with his wife, Christy, and daughter, Peyton, and he's the fifth generation to operate this farm, which is located north of Lucknow, Ontario. The farming operation consists of approximately 150 cows, where the majority are used to produce Angus bulls and females that are marketed through 2 annual sales. Thanks again, Brad, for being here. And with that, we will welcome our first class into the ring, which is the Hereford class. We're looking for 3 entries in this class. So the 3 entries in this class are tag number 13, exhibited by Matthew McNeil, tag number 41, exhibited by Ryan Boswell and Cody Cudmore, and tag number 19, exhibited by Cody McQuarrie and Parker Smith. Following the placing of this open class, we are looking for the first place 4-H Hereford to join us in the ring for the selection of the Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Hereford animal. I'd also ask any family representatives of Billy Hayden to please go ringside.
We'll get start off with the open show here. You know, we got 3 completely different animals. that we're comparing against. And so I think, to be between the second and third, there's a little give and take. But the one that I'm going to go ahead and start off with, I think, does so quite handily. He's the complete package. When we look at this individual in terms of his balance from the side profile, we really like that attractiveness. We like, the length of spine, the way he ties into the shoulder and his hip structure. We get in behind this animal, and he's wide-based and wide-topped, and he carries that thickness right up over his shoulder blades. I really like the way that individual is put together, and I think he just is the best combination of carcass merit and show ring appeal in a really well-balanced package. The steer we have coming in second is the one that I probably have just a little bit of concerns about in terms of whether we're going to go with the Hereford mark steer or the steer that's got the white face and the red body that's in third. I really like the length of spine that this Hereford marked individual has. I think when you get in behind him, he's adequate in terms of his thickness and a steer that certainly has enough condition on him here today. I really would like to just change that front 1/3 a little bit. I'd like to change him down through his chest floor. I'd like to clean him up a little bit through that throat region, which is what I like about our third place individual. The individual, though, in third, when we set this animal in motion, wants to get a little bit of straight out of that front 1/3, a little straight through that hind leg, maybe a little bit narrower at the base, and doesn't quite have the thickness that the individual we has in the second. But I do really admire both the underline and the top line of this animal, that length of spine, and then the muscle shape down in through the lower quarter. Three individuals, I think, that are very unique in their own right and kind. Extremely happy with our first place animal.
The results from the Hereford class. First place goes to tag number 19, exhibited by Colby McQuarrie and Parker Smith. Second place to tag number 41, exhibited by Ryan Boswell and Cody Cudmore. And third place to tag number 13, exhibited by Matthew McNeil and being shown today by Jesse McLeod. Entering the ring, we now have the champion 4-H Hereford animal. And we'll now look for a selection for the grand champion and reserve champion Hereford animal.
The champion Hereford drive here, we got, again, three individuals. We commented already on the Hereford steer coming out of the 4-H show as being a really well-balanced feedlot kind of an animal. It's got a lot of quality in terms of product about them. We're going to go ahead, though, and use our open steer as your champion. I just really like the combination of look and carcass merit as your champion. And then we're going to go ahead and use that really functional, high-quality individual from our 4-H show as reserve.
Grand champion Hereford goes to tag number 19, exhibited by Colby McQuarrie and Parker Smith, and being shown today by Colby. And the reserve champion goes to harness number 12, and this animal is exhibited by Austin Potts of the North River 4-H Club. Colby, do you mind coming back to the ring for the presentation of the Grand Champion Hereford Trophy? The champion animal today receives the Billy Hayden Memorial Trophy. And if there's any family representatives today from the Billy Hayden family, could you please come into the ring for the trophy presentation? If we could have the entries in the limousine class on standby, please. Congratulations once again to Colby and Parker, and thank you to the Hayden family for this special memorial trophy. In the limousine class, we're looking for 2 entries this afternoon. We've got tag number 35 being exhibited by Logan Ford, and tag number 16 entered by James and Charlotte Worth. I'd like to ask the first and second place 4-H limousine exhibitors to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this class.
Two individuals here for the Limousine breed, and I think both of these animals have the traits that we typically see from Limousine type cattle. Both extremely explosive in their muscle shape, just chock full of red meat. And I think when we look in terms of yield, carcass yield, both of these animals will do a really good job. But this impressive individual, though, that I'm going to start off with here, to me, just has the most parts and pieces that are usable today. And I think when you get in behind this animal, that's really where he excels. He's explosive hipped, really, really stout featured, lots of red meat. When we look at those eye rounds and the outside and the inside muscle, where we get a lot of our product from, that this animal's got a ton of yield there, and I think that's a huge attribute for this individual. When we look at him here in the show ring today, he puts it together in an attractive package as well. He's balanced in through that middle 1/3. He's attractive enough through the front 1/3. Maybe not quite as extended as what we would like to see in terms of a show steer, but certainly one that gives you a good enough look, and again, an overall really well-balanced package with a really nice level tail head structure. The one that we have in second is probably where I'm going to beat him up just just a little bit is when we get him on the standstill, he wants to just fall apart ever so slightly. You get in behind him, he's extremely powerful, very similar in his type and kind, lots of muscle expression as I mentioned earlier, but one that just wants to get a little bit elevated through that tailhead, maybe just a little straight through that front 1/3, and then in doing so, looks like he's maybe a little bit weaker through that top line. Again, I think there's a lot of quality here, and if there was more individuals in the class, I'd probably still see these two sort themselves to the top of the class. A nice two Limousine steers to feature that breed.
Results from our limousine open class: in first place to tag number 16, James and Charlotte Worth, and second place to tag number 35, Logan Ford. Joining them in the ring are the first and second place 4-H limousine exhibitors for the grand champion and reserve champion selection in the limousine open class.
In the champion limousine drive here, we've got a couple different types. I think we've got an individual that's a little bit more extreme in terms of his growth pattern, but handles that growth really well, and he's got a lot of thickness and dimension about him, really attractive put together, but probably just a little bit elevated in terms of frame score. And then we've got three individuals that are more similar in their type and kind. They're animals that are extremely stout featured, a little bit more moderate carcass weights, but animals, again, that have a lot of good about them and a lot of thickness. I'm going to go ahead and use what I would take home and purchase if I was looking for something to put in our counter. I think all of these individuals are individuals that have enough show ring appeal about them and give you that attractive enough look to be standing here in the show ring. And I think, in terms of structural soundness, there's probably just very minor differences in terms of their mobility to move about the ring. But for me today, in today's world of what the consumer wants, I think we need to work on making sure that we've got enough product coming out of more moderate type carcasses. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and say that our champion is going to come again from our open class. And our reserve, though, I'm going to go ahead and use this larger frame steer that I think has a lot of good things about him, an explosive hip pattern, and a little bit more attractive look for your reserve.
Our grand champion limousine animal goes to tag number 16, exhibited by James and Charlotte Worth, and being shown today by James Worth. And the reserve champion limousine animal goes to harness number 5, Isaac Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. We'll ask the champion animal to come into the ring for a presentation. James and Charlotte reside on the Loyalist Road in Hampshire with their 18-month-old son, Warren, and are expecting their second son this coming June. They own and operate Loyalist View Angus, consisting of purebred Angus and commercial cattle. Along with farming, James is the local Gallagher livestock fencing supply dealer and Stockman's Choice cattle handling equipment dealer for PEI. James also works alongside his father, Alan Worth, within their carpentry business. As a graduate from the North River 4-H Club, this will be his 21st year participating in the show. He sits on the board of directors and holds the position of president for the Easter Beef Show and Sale. Now entering the ring of the participants in the Open Show's Maine-Anjou class. We are looking for 2 entries in this class. We have tag number 40 being exhibited by Cassidy Cudmore and Abigail Cox. And we have tag number 20 entered by Colby McCory and Parker Smith. I'd ask the first and second place 4-H Maine-Anjou exhibitors to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this class. If you are missing a gold earring, we have had one turned in here to the booth. So if you're missing a gold earring, you can come on up and see if it's yours.
Well, for me, in this Maine-Anjou influence class, just a really logical place to start. I think, again, one that combines that show ring presence with real carcass yield and muscle shape. One that I really like that look and cleanliness through the chest floor. I love how much length of spine that this one has. He's got a really nice clean underline. And boy, when you get behind this one, he's extremely stout and extremely square-hipped. Lots of width of base, lots and lots of quality about this individual that I really, really like. The steer we have in second, nothing to take away from this one either. I think one that's really complete and gives us a really attractive, really well-balanced look when we analyze him through the front 1/3 and how he blends into that middle and then carries it out through the hind. I think he's extremely balanced. What I would just like to see is a little bit more. I'd like to take his pin structure and pull him apart, stouten him up a little bit over that top line, and give him a little bit more base width to really compete with that individual that we have starting this class off. But again, I think a really high quality individual to lead off this Maine-Anjou class.
In first place, we have tag number 20, entered by Colby McCory and Parker Smith. And in second place, we have tag number 40, exhibited by Cassidy Cudmore and Abigail Cox. We'll now have the first and second place, or the champion and reserve champion 4-H Maine-Anjou animals enter the ring for the selection of the grand champion and grand reserve Maine-Anjou animal.
I think as we get into the champion drive here, we've got 4 different steers out here that again are very different in their type and kind. I think we've got cattle that from the 4-H show that started off that just have a lot of usefulness to them. They're really long spined. This steer, when you get in behind him, is a little deceiving. He's extremely thick topped. He maybe just doesn't quite have that explosive hip structure that we would maybe like to see, and maybe not that overall attractiveness. But I'm not trying to take anything away from this very useful individual, and I think one again that's got a lot of quality attributes about him here in the next couple of weeks as we look and see what's underneath that hide. The one that we're going to go ahead and win with, though, for me does quite so handily is our steer from our open class. I really like this individual in terms of his balance and eye appeal and how thick that individual is. And again, not to take anything away from our reserve is going to come out of the 4-H class. Again, a very useful kind of a steer with lots of length of body.
Our grand champion Maine-Anjou goes to tag number 20, entered by Colby McQuarrie and Parker Smith. And our reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou animal goes to harness number 30, Vance Lawless of the Freetown 4-H Club. If both champion and reserve champion could stay in the ring for picture presentation. This is Vance's 10th year in 4-H, but his first time showing in Easter Beef. He lives in Kincora with his parents, Andrew and Heidi, and his 3 siblings. They grow potatoes and cash crops. Vance enjoys playing hockey, baseball, and golf. He is in grade 12 at Kincora Regional High School and plans to attend Dalhousie Agricultural Campus in the fall. Next to enter the ring, we have one entry for the open shorthorn class. This is tag number 15, entered by Matt and Brian McNeil. There are no 4-H shorthorn entries for this class, so this will also be the grand champion shorthorn class.
Yeah, just one entry here in our shorthorn division, but again, I think there's one here that's got a lot of useful product about him. One that's really well balanced. I like the way that shoulder lays in from his front 1/3 into his rib cage connection. I like the underline. I like the top line. This animal's got an adequate amount of muscle shape about him. Just a really well overall balanced animal that certainly can go and make somebody really happy here in another few weeks.
First place in the Shorthorn Open class and grand champion Shorthorn animal today goes to tag number 15, entered by Matt and Brian McNeil. Matt McNeil of Breadalbin Farms lives on the Inkerman Road in Breadalbin, where he has a cow-calf operation with his father, Brian, and brother, Jason. Along with farming, Matt works as a full-time mechanic at Kensington Agricultural Services. This will be Matt's 5th time showing and his 4th time participating in the Easter Beef Show and Sale. Next in the ring, we're looking for 2 entries in the open Simmental class. Entering the ring, we have tag number 38, entered by Ryan Boswell and Cody Cudmore, and tag number 31, entered by Daniel Natty. I'd ask the first and second place 4-H Maine-Anjou exhibitors to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this class.
The Simmental division here, we got a red steer and a black-white face one for the class. And, again, I think both that are really good representations of the breed. I really admire this red steer, though. I think, when we look at just overall parts and pieces, I really like the way that this one flows together. That the angularity through that front shoulder and lays into that rib cage extremely well. I like how hard and level top this one is. One, again, that's got a really nice underline about him. We get him behind him, he's wide-based and stout at the ground. Standing on a really good set of feet and legs, and you can tell that this one's been worked on quite a bit, because Simmentals struggle to have hair coats that are as straight and well worked with and well presented, and for that, young man, I commend you and whoever you have helping you get this one ready. I think you've done a nice job. The one that we have in second place, a little slicker haired, which is perfectly fine. Lots of good attributes about this one. I think there's a lot of hip and squareness to this one, lots of muscle shape down and through that lower quarter. One that maybe just gives up a little bit of attractiveness through that front 1/3, and certainly I think would help if we just had a little bit more time on this one to compete with this large framed, really powerful steer to start the class off. But 2 good individuals that represent the breed really well.
First place in the open Simmental class goes to tag number 31, exhibited by Daniel Natty, and second place goes to tag number 38, entered by Ryan Boswell and Cody Cudmore. Entering the ring now, we have the champion and reserve champion, 4-H Simmental animals.
our champion Simmental division here. I really like seeing these young exhibitors that come out of the 4-H program and the enthusiasm that they have and the determination. I think it's really great. Both of these exhibitors came to us in our youngest 4-H showmanship class, and to see them coming out in the ring and not giving up all day, I think is an extremely big accomplishment, and I want to commend those exhibitors for that. Not to take away from their cattle, I think the animal that won that class, extremely good topped and long spine, one that's got enough look to it and squareness of hip. Probably just maybe today, when we can compare us to the open steer, maybe just doesn't quite have as much performance and as much cover as what the individual has coming out of the open class. And for that, we're going to go ahead and use, again, this bigger red steer here that's just really complete, powerful individual for your champion Simmental. But we are going to go back and use our 4-H champion as your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Simmental animal goes to tag number 31, exhibited and shown today by Daniel Natty. And reserve champion Simmental animal is going to harness number 24, and that's Cassidy Hamley from the North River 4-H Club. Daniel is the son of Billy and Rose Mary Natty of Orwell Cove, PEI, and a third-year student at the Atlantic Vet College. Daniel would like to thank all of the buyers and supporters of the show for their continued support. Cassidy is 9 years old and from North Milton, PEI. She has a brother and a sister, and she loves to show cattle and compete in gymnastics. She has shown purebred Simmental cattle in the summer and fall shows. This is her first year exhibiting her own 4-H market steer. Congratulations, Cassidy. Next in the ring, we're looking for 3 entries in the Open Angus class. We've got tag number 14, entered by Matthew McNeil. Tag number 34, entered by Kyle Yunker and Glenn Ford. And tag number 39, entered by Ryan Boswell and Cody Cudmore. I'd ask the first and second place champion 4-H Angus exhibitors to be ready to come back into the ring following the placing of this open class. If there are members of the Much family here today, if you could please go ringside for the presentation of that trophy.
an interesting Angus class here, and I think we got a young man that's going to have a tough decision to make here when he comes back to choose which animal he's going to bring back in the ring. But I think one that again, to me, is the most balanced of all of these, and it's got the most parts and pieces that I really like in terms of an animal that's at harvest time. And when we look at this animal and we look at how much depth of body he has, again, with limited amount of waist underneath that line, and again, the amount of shape down through that lower quarter, the thickness that he carries, an animal that's finished really, really well. We certainly wouldn't want to see any more finish on this one. And I think he gives us an attractive enough look and enough extension to go ahead and place where he does here today. But I really admire the muscle shape, the thickness, the overall balance that one has. A little tougher placing for me is his second and third. I think these two individuals are very similar, but they also have some differences about them. And I'm going to go ahead and give this a slight advantage to the one in second for the thickness that this one carries. Maybe not quite as long spined as the individual in third, but I think there's just a little bit more muscle shape and true muscle shape about this animal. Both of them give us a very similar look from the side profile. I do like the angularity in the shoulder about our second place individual a little bit better. I do like that overall balance and depth of middle that this one possesses. But really for me, it's the squareness of hip and the thickness that this one carries over that middle section that's going to place it over our third place individual. The third place animal, as I mentioned just a second ago, a little bit longer spined individual, one that I do think could have an advantage if we had just a little bit more time on feed. I think we would see that top line in the middle section fill out just a little bit more, and that certainly would move him on up the line, but one that certainly is square enough hipped and have enough muscle shape to be a really good grading kind of an animal. Three very nice Angus influenced individuals that should make these exhibitors happy.
First place in the Open Angus class goes to tag number 34, exhibited by Kyle Junker and Glenn Ford. In second place goes to tag number 14, entered by Matthew McNeil. We're now looking for the champion and reserve champion 4-H Angus entries to join in the ring for the champion Angus animal.
So I think we got two pairs of individuals out here. To me, we've got you know, the two steers that came out of the 4-H division are both very similar in their type and kind. They're very attractive, useful cattle that have enough thickness about them to be here at harvest time today. And then we've got two animals here that come from the open show that maybe are a little bit less attractive, but certainly really good individuals in their own kind. A lot of product in both of these individuals, and I think, you know, when we do hang them up, we're going to be really happy with what we get. Today we are looking at a show and sale, and I think the two individuals that come out of the 4-H program fit the mold the best today for your champion and your reserve Angus program.
So your champion Angus animal today goes to harness number 23, which is Parker Smith from the North River 4-H Club. And your reserve champion goes to harness number 32, Gabrielle Natty of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. We'll have some trophy presentations for these two animals. Today, the Champion Angus Trophy is the Frank Much Memorial Trophy. And if there's any members from the Much family who would like to join in the ring for the presentation. Gabrielle Natty is the daughter of Billy and Rosemary Natty of Orwell Cove. She's 18 years old and is in grade 12 at Montague Regional High School. Gabrielle has been a member of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club for 9 years. This year, she is taking summer beef, market beef, and knitting projects. Gabrielle wants to thank all the bidders and buyers for coming out and supporting the sale, and to all of the organizers who make this show possible. Congratulations and thanks once again to the Much family for the presentation of this special annual memorial trophy. Now entering the ring, we have the animals in the any other breed class. We're looking for 4 entries in this open class. We've got tag number 33, entered by Juliana Natty and being exhibited by Gabrielle. We've got tag number 26, entered by David and Brett Francis. We have tag number 21, entered by Spencer and Bailey Hamley. And we have tag number 19, entered by James and Alan Worth. I'd ask the first place 4-H any other breed exhibitor to be ready to come back in the ring following the placing of this class.
This is a really tough class to place because I think there's a lot of really usefulness at the top end of this class. And I'm going to go ahead and give the advantage to the one that I believe is the soundest structured when we put them in motion. One that I think certainly has enough product about them and length of spine, really attractive through that front 1/3. I like the way that they tie together and through that shoulder and rib junction. One that certainly when we get behind them is explosive enough through that hip and carries that thickness over the top. To me, a more moderate framed animal that again, I think is finished really nicely for here today and just gives us that overall attractiveness in combination with muscle structure and structural integrity and soundness. The one that I have the most trouble with in this class is the one in second. One that is the longest spined animal, probably is stout enough. Just for me, I guess when I get this one in motion, he does want to just come up a little bit short when we look at structural integrity. One that maybe isn't quite as square-hipped and wide-based as the one that we have in the first of the class. But again, I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of value in this higher-framed individual that certainly is going to hang up a higher carcass weight when we look at them in terms of that. But I think, to me, today, when we're looking at them as show cattle with combination of what their end goal is, I really like this individual that starts the class off with. For me, these next two steers, type in very similar in their type and kind. Both of them, for me today, I probably could just use a little bit more cover to go with the ones above them. The one that we have in third, I would just like to give them a little different hind leg set. This one wants to get a little straight through that hind leg, but I really like the attractiveness and upheadedness that this one has in combination with the amount of muscle structure in the hip. And the one that we have in fourth place just gets a little round for me from their hooks to their pins, probably just a little round and more bold in that shoulder region, just not quite as attractive, but really admire the muscle shape down through the lower quarter, that length of spine that this one has. And I think, again, when we look at quality and product, this animal is going to give us enough product to be a really valuable member in the cooler in a couple weeks.
The results from the Any Other Breed open class. First place goes to tag number 32, Gabrielle Natty, entered by Juliana Natty. And in second place, we've got tag number 19, entered by James and Alan Worth, and being exhibited by Alana Worth. Entering the ring, we have the champion 4-H Any Other Breed entry, and this is harness number 36, Connor Yunker.
The champion AOB class here, I think, we've got three individuals that are all very useful animals, ones that are going to, again, give us that product that we're looking for. To me, it really boils down to structure and what the overall look of these individuals are when we're at a cattle show and presenting these animals for that show. I'm going to go ahead and keep our opens together today, and they'll be your champion followed by your reserve.
So the champion animal today goes to tag number 33, Juliana Natty, being shown today by Gabrielle. And the reserve champion Any Other Breed animal goes to tag number 18, owned by James and Alan Worth, and being shown by Alana. Alan, James, and Alana Worth reside on the Loyalist Road in Hampshire, PEI. They raise purebred and commercial cattle along with operating their own carpentry business, which concentrates mostly on agricultural builds. When they are not working on building projects, they enjoy working on Easter beef steers and snowmobiling. Next up, we're looking for 4 entries in the open Charolais class. We have tag number 1, entered by Austin and Ian Drake. Tag number 8, entered by Isabella Acorn. We have tag number 7, entered by Randy and Jonathan Drake. And tag number 27, entered by David and Brett Francis.
apologize for just taking a few seconds here on this class. I think two individuals that, I could be debated afterwards if they needed to be switched. But I'm going to go ahead and explain where I'm at with these two and why they are where they are. For me, I think this gray pattern steer, to me, has the most look and overall attractiveness that I would like to see, in combination with the amount of thickness and muscle shape and all the good things that we want to see in cattle. If you were to corner me afterwards and say, hey, that steer probably has just a little too much guts for one that's going to hang on a hook, I wouldn't disagree with you. But I think when we compare him with the one in second, maybe that one just needs to be softened up a little bit and a little bit looser hided and a little bit fuller in through that rib section to compete with the steer that we have in first. Again, I think when this one gets set up just right and he lifts that head up, he gives you a pretty nice look. And I think we're one that's got a whole lot of show ring potential and a lot of carcass merit about him. The steer we have in second, again, not to take anything away from this one that's certainly up-headed and gives you that attractive look. I'd like to clean him up through the navel region. But again, when we look at this steer, one that I think is extremely explosive hipped, really hard muscled and dense and going to yield really, really well. We don't have a whole lot of waist on that underline aside from that navel. But again, I think to me, when we compare them, I just really going to go ahead and give the advantage today to this really deep middled one that just gives a little bit more attractive look and doesn't give up a ton of muscle shape in comparison to our second. The one we have in third, though, again, I think there's a little bit of a difference between our third and our first and second in terms of just that overall readiness. I'd like to see just a little bit more body condition on that one to compete. I'd like to see a little bit more attractiveness and a little bit more muscle shape down through that lower quarter. But again, one that we really like that underline. We love the top line in this one that's extremely sound when we set it in motion and has really good joints about this individual that I think we could put on feed for just a little bit longer. The same thing can be said for our fourth place one. I love how hard top this one is and straight through the bottom 1/3. Again, I just love to see this one in another 90 days and see what it would turn into. But one I think that has all the parts and pieces and will make somebody happy here in a few weeks as well. So 4 individuals, very different in their type and kind. I'm going to go ahead and give the advantage to this really deep middled gray steer to start the class off with.
The results of our Open Charolais class. In first place is tag number 27, entered by David and Brett Francis and being shown by Brett. Next, in second place, is tag number 7, entered by Randy and Jonathan Drake and being shown by Caleb. In third place is tag number 8, entered by Isabella Acorn and being shown by Sawyer. And in fourth place, we have tag number 1, entered by Austin and Ian Drake and being shown by Ian. Now entering the ring, we have the champion 4-H Charolais entry, and this is being shown by Alex Godfrey.
In the Charolais class here, we've got 3 individuals, 1 coming from our 4-H program and then 2 from the Open. And again, I think all really high quality individuals, steers that have that combination of muscle shape and overall look. Just maybe a little different type and kind and frame scores and overall and harvest weight here. I'm going to go ahead and give the advantage to the young man, though, from the 4-H program. He's going to be your champion, and you're going to go with this big middled steer for your reserve. Congratulations.
So your champion Charolais animal today goes to harness number 22, Alex Godfrey from the North River 4-H Club. And reserve champion Charolais animal goes to tag number 27, entered by David and Brett Francis. I'd ask the heifer entries in the heifer class to be on standby. There are no open heifers this year, so could the first and second place 4-H heifers be ringside? Alex Godfrey is the son of Andrew Godfrey and Patty Jo Hickey of North Wilshire. He is a grade 5 student at Central Queens Elementary. Alex lives on a dairy and beef farm and can often be found helping with farm chores or working with his 4-H calves. Alex is a member of the North River 4-H Club and is in the market, steer, beef, dairy, and woodworking projects. This is Alex's second year participating at Easter Beef. If you can't find Alex showing his calves, you can find him in a hockey rink or on a baseball field. Alex would like to extend a huge thank you to Colby and Parker for their help with his Easter Beef project, and to the organizers for making this all happen, to the buyers for taking time to come out to bid on the steers. Congratulations, Alex. Brett is the 7th generation of his family farm in Lady Fane, where he currently farms with his father, David. The original farm was settled in 1844, and it is very much a family affair. Brett went to the NSAC and graduated with agriculture business. They run a purebred Charolais cow-calf operation as well as finishing operation. In the ring, we have the 4-H champion Heifer.
Just the one in here for the 4-H.
Oh, okay. So we do have one more entry coming. Great.
Well, just the 2 entries here, and then we don't have any open heifers to go along with it. But again, 2 really high-quality individuals, and we talked about these in the class. But I just want to go ahead and say one more time, I think this heifer that won the class certainly is a contender in terms of the overall drive. One that for a market heifer has the right parts and pieces to be both really attractive and powerful all at the same time. So congratulations to both of these exhibitors for your champion and your reserve market heifer.
So your champion heifer today is going to harness number 17, Harper Ramsey of the North River 4-H Club. And reserve champion is going to harness number 3, Annie Drake of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. The champion heifer trophy today is donated by John Leroy McKinley and family. This is a memorial trophy, so we'd like to thank this family for their support of the show, and if there's any members of the McKinley family here who'd like to come for the presentation. Harper is a 10-year-old daughter of Jason Ramsey and Julie Ramsey of Fortune Cove, PEI. She's a grade 5 French immersion student at Bluefield Elementary School. This is her second year in 4-H, and the projects she's taken so far are market steer, beef, cake decorating, and crafts. This is her second year showing at the Easter Beef Show and Sale, and she is pretty proud of the following in the footsteps of her mother, grandfather, and great-grandfather, who have all exhibited in this annual show and sale in the past. She enjoys all kinds of sports, especially skating, and helping James Worth work on Easter beef steers on the weekends. Congratulations, Harper. So we'll now be proceeding to the selection of a grand and reserve champion animal for the open show. We'll have the first place entry from each breed class enter the ring, and we'll have the second place entries on hand in case they're needed. The grand champion class today and trophy is sponsored by Melvin Ford. It's the Melvin Ford Memorial Trophy. The plaque today is being sponsored by PEI Easter Beef Show and Sale, and the jacket's being provided by the Charlottetown Vet Clinic. And for the reserve grand champion trophy, this is the Muriel Bernouin Memorial Trophy. The plaque is sponsored by the PEI Easter Beef Show and Sale, and the jacket by Charlottetown Vet Clinic. Entering the ring, we have tag number 19, entered by Colby McQuarrie and Parker Smith, and being shown by Colby. We have tag number 16, entered by James and Charlotte Worth, and being shown by James. We have tag number 20, entered by Colby McQuarrie and Parker Smith. We have tag number 15, entered by Matt and Brian McNeil, and being shown by Matt. We have tag number 31, entered and shown by Danielle Natty. We have harness number 23. This is being shown by Parker Smith of the North River 4-H Club. We have tag number 33. This is entered by Juliana Natty and being shown by Gabrielle of the Millview Vernon River 4-H Club. For Charlet, we have harness number 22, and this is Alex Godfrey from the North River 4-H Club. And the heifer is tag number 17, and this is Harper Ramsey from the North River 4-H Club. And that's your class. Just a reminder to exhibitors, the class following our Grand and Reserve champion is the best pair of steers. So if you're interested in participating in this class, if you could identify that to the show clerk so that we can get ready for that class.
Well, in this champion drive, I think, we've got a lot more similar types than what we've maybe had throughout the show. And, as a judge, I guess that's what you always hope for, is that we start out with a show with a bunch of different types and kinds, and as we kind of get towards the end, we start to see more similarities in what we're looking for. And, when I look at all these individuals in the ring, I'm really proud to say that I think all of these cattle will do extremely well. They have some eye appeal, they have some structural integrity about them. They're cattle that are the right size for today's industry, in my opinion. They've got enough cover on them, they've got muscle shape. These are cattle that I think really are the best of the best, and these are cattle that not only have that eye appeal, but when we do go to put them in the counter or serve them to our families, I think there's a lot of really high quality product that are under the hides of these animals. And for myself, when I was 10 years old, I started in the 4-H program, and then we started showing steers. We had a reasonable amount of success showing cattle, and then we moved into the purebred world and started raising a lot of them ourselves. And then, from that, we purchased an abattoir where we now purchase a lot of these fat cattle and then serve them through a retail store to our customers. And, over the years, I think my perspective on the industry has probably changed a little bit. When I was only on the show side of things, I really focused heavily on that eye appeal of cattle and how cattle were presented and structural soundness. And today, when I'm looking at what this world can generate in terms of profit from each of these animals, we look at it through a little bit different lens. I think both of those lenses, though, are really important. I think it's important that we as individuals embrace really good quality looking cattle, both on the hoof and on the hook. And I think when we put kids in this world, in this opportunity to showcase themselves, I think we give them the opportunity to really come out and show everybody what it is that they have to offer. And I think it gives them a platform to be a spokesperson for the egg industry and where the future of that egg industry goes. And so, to me, it is really important that we've got cattle that are presented well, that these kids have the opportunity to go out and showcase their showmanship abilities in combination with feeding and getting these cattle to the market finish line. With that, I'm not going to talk about each of the cattle out here. I think all of them deserve a round of applause, and let's give them a round of applause for getting the high group of individuals that they've got. I mentioned before, this show doesn't happen without volunteers, and around the world, no matter where we go to watch some of these shows, there's getting to be less and less volunteers. And so, hats off to the crew that put this show on. And I know from my perspective behind the scenes, it was extremely well organized. And so for that, I say thank you very much to everybody that does that, and let's give the volunteers a round of applause. And again, as business owners, we often get asked to sponsor shows. And, as much as I want to help out as many people as I possibly can, there's some shows that we just, or events that we just can't sponsor. But at the same time, there are people that step up to the plate to be able to give us a venue like what we've got here today, and the opportunity that these kids now have to be in the ring in front of everybody. And so with that, again, I think, any of the main sponsors that are sponsoring the shows and all the sponsors that sponsored the classes, and maybe there's sponsors that are behind the scenes quietly helping make this show happen. Any opportunity to each and every one of us that are getting enjoyment out of watching this show today, any of the families behind these kids that are here today, don't forget who helped us get here, and make sure that when you've got the opportunity to support a sponsor, whether you've got options, whether it's one brand or another, or one service or another, think about the ones that give you the platform to get here. And I think, to me, let's, again, congratulations and thank you to all the sponsors that really helped this event on. Let's give them a round of applause as well. So I'm going to go out and I'll select who I think should be our champion, our grand champion overall, and then followed by a reserve. And again, not to take anything away from anybody else in the ring here or any of the ones that went back to the barn already. Really great kids. I had a great time here this morning to go through these cattle. And again, congratulations to all the exhibitors here in PEI that are able to take on this Easter beef show. And you know, when you see the number of years that it's been going on, I think that's a huge accomplishment. So congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations to the overall grand champion today for the 74th Annual Easter Beef Show and Sale. This is tag number 20. This is a Maine-Anjou animal entered by Colby McCory and Parker Smith. Our reserve grand champion today at the 74th Annual PEI Easter Beef Show and Sale is going to harness number 22, and this is Alex Godfrey from the North River 4-H Club, and Alex is exhibiting a Charolais animal. Final call for entries in the best pair of steers class. If you could come up here to see the show clerk to identify your interest in the class. While the presentation of trophies and pictures are taking place, I'd just like to take this time again to thank our event sponsors from today: Atlantic Beef Products, Atlantic Stockyards Limited, Arsenault Best Cameron Ellis, Amalgamated Dairies Limited, the Charlottetown Vet Clinic, Kingston Farm Supply, Noring Road Custom, Maiden Hill Farms Custom Farming, the Trophy and Pickleball Hut, Goods Independent Grocer, Vanco Flowers, and Phillips Agri Services. Thanks to those sponsors. big congratulations once again to our grand champion and reserve champion animals, and to Colby and Parker and Alex and the partnership you guys have built with showing cattle here. So we're not seeing any entries in the best pair of steers class today, so just a final call on that, assuming no entries, this will now wrap up the show for 2025. We want to thank all the exhibitors, spectators, sponsors, and volunteers who helped to make this show such a success. Big special thanks to Linda and Frida and to the Easter Beef Board of Directors for all that you do for this show each year. We wanted to say thank you to our ringmasters from today, Earl Kale and Sawyer Acorn, who helped out in the 4-H show, and to our show marshal for the day, Glenn Jay. A really, really big special thank you to our judge today, Brad Gilchrist. This is Brad's second time coming out to judge the PI Easter Beef Show and Sale, and I think it's safe to say one of the favorites here at this show. We really appreciate you coming out, Brad, and sharing such great tips with all of our 4-H members and our exhibitors today. Our sale will begin tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Buyers will be here on the Trade Center floor, and we encourage you to join us on our live stream feed as well, which can be found on the PEI Easter Beef Show Facebook page. Just a reminder to folks tonight, the reception will begin at 7 and the meal will be served at 7:30 at Red Shores, top of the park. And with that, thank you everyone for coming out to the 74th PI Easter Beef Show and Sale, and we'll see you tonight at the banquet. And just a final call, we had a gold earring that was turned in to the booth here, so if anyone's missing a gold earring,